yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still starts on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines, rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall, black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground, 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weeds. tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165.
Okay, good morning guys. And yeah, you can let me know, but I think already we have internet issues. I just need to restart the modem before every day I stream, it seems. I do speed test, it's fine. 30 Mbps upload, then we go here, then it's lagging. Like there's a huge delay already, I saw, but oh well. If John is there, then we could try to restart modem before we do anything else here, but otherwise we'll just roll with it. I can't do anything from here. But yeah, we'll try to get the drone here, some drone footage now in the beginning before we do anything else. So I'll try to fire that up, see how much problems we have there when internet is already not having a good day. Because this also had some issues, this thing. When we need to get the picture like vertical and stuff. Let's see now. We do this first.
That way.
Now it should be this way and not that way.
I have done that before I started, probably actually.
Should have done that before I started, probably actually. Do this.
Here.
Then here. Then I need to start the things. Start this without moving it from horizontal to vertical maybe. address here now. And we'll see if we can get this thing over here. There's gonna be a huge delay, so it's gonna be like I'm gonna get it working and then I have to wait like 2 minutes before it comes up on screen. It's gonna be not very nice. Oh no, it's cleared the RTMP address. What the hell? Why has it done that now? Okay, I guess we're not live streaming from the drone. The RTMP address has been, for some reason, cleared here from my app, so I don't think I can find it out from here. Or I could maybe, but it would take like years. Oh well. I guess you'll have to look from that screen and then I'll just record on the drone and then post it somewhere later. Yeah, it's fucking the drone streaming. There's so many things that can go wrong. There's so many things that can go wrong. But yeah, I'll put the drone up there. Then you guys, or I guess if the drone doesn't work, then we could. Yeah, it's even showing there, but or it's showing it's showing the screen share, but it's not showing the. It's not gonna show the drone because I can't do that. So. Screw that.
Shut this thing off. Don't need that anymore. We just need this.
Don't need that anymore. We just need this. Yeah, firmware update available. Of course, of course. I should have tried this drone probably before I did anything. But yeah, we'll fly it up. Then I'll leave it up in the sky. Then I'll brush cut a little bit. And then we'll continue with normal streaming. Okay, it should not be sharing anymore, I guess, or is it still? Yeah, we want this to stop. We need to get this thing to work. Yeah, but yeah, already a great start to the day. Internet is just working, and then we didn't have the address there. But yeah, I'll fly the drone up there somewhere. And then I'll just try to brush cut a little bit under it. Record, and then we will do this. Now we'll do this. Nope. Do this maybe. Leave it there for a bit. Then I'll just do some brush cutting. You guys can watch from here. I guess it's trying to show. Is it showing something or is it bugging? But yeah, I can basically hide the drone because that's not gonna work. Hello there, Marcus. So yeah, you could see from the drone now, but sadly we have some issues, so you're just gonna be watching from here for a little bit. I'll just do like 10-15 minutes, then we'll do normal streaming. I'll just cut a little bit. I got the drone up in the air there. I can maybe post a clip of it somewhere or do something with it, but I tried to live stream it, but it didn't want to work. But yeah, just a little test here in the beginning. Okay, that should be a good little test. Get the drone back from the sky. I'll see how much battery we got left. Loader Tapoli. Yeah, we'll get to see how much we got left in the drone here. 17 minutes. I guess I can fly around with the drone a little bit more. See how it looks where I did cut trees previously. Before I land, and then we can actually start brush cutting. Higher up, so we're above the trees, so we don't accidentally hit the bigger trees. But it didn't look too bad here in the beginning. Not too much to cut. Some things to cut, but not horrible. And yeah, there we have gone through that, I think. Looks better over here. Turn the camera a little bit this way. And there we left the little area. Yeah, this is easy way to check what I've done if I'm flying the drone around a little bit. You can see how well I did this edge here, or close to the neighbor's border. From the drone here I should be able to see straight up down, see where the ditch is. I think we did pretty good. Might go with the phone and check it still. Yeah, we'll come down with the drone now. Oh, I hear it somewhere above us. See if we can land back on the stump that we started from. Easier to catch it in hand. Or maybe we can try to precision land on the stump. It wants to do that. It doesn't want to go down. I need to press the landing. Well, it fell in the bush a little bit, but hopefully we didn't break the blades. It seems good. Probably didn't take too much damage. The stump was a little bit too small to land on, I guess. But I guess this was fine still. I guess we could charge it and then fly at the end of the day, just if I want to record some more. So might try to put it in charging mode, and then yeah, firmware update. Sure, of course. I should have probably updated this before I came here, so maybe things would have worked. Oh well. Now we can go back to normal streaming mode, I think. Normal streaming mode. Oh yeah, do we need to have this one on to update? It can be plugged when you do this, I guess. Is it updated now? I downloaded it. Install. But yeah, we can try to throw on the streaming gear here a little bit better for the normal things. So we can do this. Shut off the stream body from this phone. Get ready, chat. How it's going. Yeah. It's just on that side, but it won't slide down. There's too much friction. Nah, it's not moving. No! Got it. Good that I tried. It's lit up already. There we go.
was pretty loud. I got it.
Yeah, try one more to get it without the backboard here. Straight in, straight, just net.
Oh yeah.
First try, first try, first try.
Oh, oh, we got some branch went through the wheel. Time for a break. I have maybe a breakdown. Think we got. Hey, dude, stop. Think we got some issues, slight issues. Wheel still spinning, but let's check here. Well, that broke off. That branches. Well, we'll flimsy bike. We'll have to. It'll work like that. That'll work.
Ja siitä sitten siellä liikkeelle mallin silloin ja tuolla näyttää miten jos kuljettaa ravettia ja
Okay, now we should be back. Now maybe it's not even lagging the stream now, I think. Maybe the internet is fixed also. But yeah, we should be ready to roll now, I think. I can still close off the drone, otherwise there's gonna be a loading screen thing. Yes. Then we're finally ready to roll, I think. Drone footage, yeah, I can make some clips out of it or something, but it didn't work in the stream today. I need to fill in some information which it had removed because it was like updated or something. Now we should be good to go. We'll see what the bitrate is today. I'm going to keep it just on the one phone again because then I have chat phone for a longer period of time. But now we should be ready to roll. It's always with the drone stuff, it takes so much time, and especially when it's not like working half the time. Or you forget some password or you forget something. But yeah, let's start going. This was pretty easy here. I did a little bit just with the drone. We can go here now and then come back, try to finish this section today. And then next day we'll just do the last bit. Don't really need to refuel now, we just did. I just did a few minutes there. But yeah, now we're ready to go. Is chat ready to go though? That's another thing. And then yeah, lock the phone. lock the things because we're going in now. Going in the bushes. What's that sound? Sounds like there's something in between. Here, maybe we're wearing out. It starts to have some pretty close, but it could technically break there. To have some mysterious new sounds, it's usually not good. Usually not a good sound, or a good sign, I should say. Try to tighten the nut there, it could be loose. That has happened a few times. Yeah, we'll just go that way. Quite far and then come back to a good plan for today. Yeah, this seems like not too bad here. Down there's probably a little bit that could be kind of bad, but hopefully it's not a super large area. Yeah, if we try to head towards a big pine there maybe, and then come back or that big pine. Somewhere over there maybe. Yeah, here's a big tree that fell down. Maybe we'll go towards that pine and do this and then come here where it's probably easier. Or we could go up here and yeah, something like that. We'll see how the terrain goes here. What would kind of make sense. Go around the big rocks.
left there, but we'll go. This tree is broke and fell down at some. That's fine stuff, and we start at 9:30 now. Maybe 9:20 if we count the first thing I did there, so we can go that way until like 10 almost. Then we need to start to head back. Bigger, but it's a very ugly double top tree, so I should probably cut the birch down. Somewhere where we have already been. Let's unlock the pine from there if we can. Oh yeah, pine is broken. But yeah, there will be the pine there. There's other stuff that wouldn't fill in. But that's a problem when true trees are inside each other. Even if you drop the ugly one, it might sometimes rip the nice one with it. That's why you kinda wanna avoid that as much as possible by being here early enough and doing this. And we're at a pretty good time here now, but I would not wanna wait more than this. Good to do it now. That went a bit better. That pine is fine. Yeah, again those birches were so big that that's why I cut them down. Yeah, the spruces are pretty big here actually. I don't think they've had like too much competition so far, so that's why they're bigger than in some other places actually. Yeah, if we go this way a bit more, and then we back down this side probably. Probably something like that. Yeah, up here the last bit is not that bad. Down here there might be a little bit of tougher stuff, but overall it should be okay. If you don't count the way too hot weather, then it should be okay-ish. Yeah, let's go down here to that big pine, and we'll go back here. The wind is kind of from there. It should be good if we go like this here. Yeah, down the last part might be a little denser here, but it looks like this hill, it's like a little hill up here. It looks for the most part it's like that, where it's like few too many trees, but it's not that bad. It's not the jungles we did the last few days. But that's good. probably around this bush here, or around this open area out there. We could go around the outside edge also, but yeah, maybe that's a plan. Down here and then outside edge as far back as we can, and then do another tank in the middle. That could also be a plan. Here's some tree that fell down not so far ago. That can just be there. I guess we should do everything on the low side now, so I don't need to climb over that at least. That's gonna be kinda nasty. This one here. One pine. This is pretty spruce heavy here because the spruces have survived nicely, so but we'll have some openings where we can leave pines and birches. Yeah, that's a big tree. Fell down in some storm. Pink. Yeah, somewhere here we can go. Then we should probably maybe go down and turn back. Something like that. Yeah, towards these rocks, and then we go down. There's also some trees falling down at some point. Maybe go through here. Then go that way. Then we might get around back to the tractor maybe. There's raspberry bushes also, but berries are still small. Still not grow, I think. Connection is suffering. Nah, it's not gonna be perfect. You might see a blue screen here and there or a gray screen, but it usually recovers quite well. Yeah, sure, you might see 1 second where it's gray screening, but it's part of the game. Part of the game when you're live streaming. It's not gonna be perfect all the time. Kind of the nature of it. How are you doing? Well, I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? It's a nice and hot Monday again. A little bit on the hot side for this work, but it's gonna be even worse later this week, so might as well try to get this done now in the next 2 days. And then we can chill when it's the really hot days. Yesterday it was 30 degrees, so we definitely had off days yesterday. It was way too hot yesterday. Okay, I think the bitrate is okay here. Not perfect, but it's okay. World Cup. Yeah, it's good. I'm kind of a fan of Netherlands and Spain. and they both played a little bit better. Played a little bit better now than the first game. So, but yeah, I've been watching World Cup. Minimum one game per day. So even if Finland isn't there, still like to watch some football. Ice hockey is more our thing. If Finland would be there, we would probably be among the worst countries. I think we would be pretty similar to the ones that are the worst now. That's about our football level. One game per day, yep. I try to watch, so if Finnish time there is in the evening, usually there is one match. Or one day I watched a game that came like early in the morning. And then I watched the recap, a short recap of every match. So yeah, I've been watching some football. That's for sure. I don't watch a lot of football, but I like to watch the World Cup. So once in 4 years, or even the European Championship, I watched one time in 2 years. I like to watch a bunch of football. But yeah, it's been, I think, like overall it's been a good tournament so far. Many surprises, some good football, decent amount of goals. I think, yeah, overall it's been a pretty good tournament so far. This Cup we had 48 team. Come on, Finland, you could qualify. Yeah, but it's very hard to qualify from Europe. If it would be like according to the FIFA ranking or something, then Finland would probably be in it. But it's easier to qualify from Oceania or like even Asia. It's like easier to qualify. Like Europe is definitely the hardest one to qualify. With the EU, no, but it's Europe. It's not EU, it's Europe. So it doesn't help. Even if you quit EU, it's still as hard. Finland would have to leave the continent of Europe to do that. And I think that's pretty hard. Physically leaving a continent. Could be quite hard. But yeah, it's still nice to view. I mean, even if Finland isn't there, it's still okay to watch football. Like the last European Championships, then Finland was in there. We lost all the games, but definitely Finland was in there. And I think it's been kind of close a few times that Finland has almost qualified for the world champs, but not really. This year even Italy isn't there, so it's hard to qualify from Europe. There's usually like one big nation that doesn't qualify from Europe, and this time it was Italy. Who did you play with for qualification? I don't remember, it's like a year or two ago. But some European countries. Back here now. But yeah, here the spruces are big. It's pretty easy here. Basically mow down most of it, leave the spruces. Not too much other stuff. In some openings you can leave something else. Just find a way through again. Around this big rock here. Who parked this rock right here? I see there's a pine trying to grow in the middle of the rock there. Maybe that one will survive. It literally grows on a rock, on a boulder. Okay, there's another rock here. Can we walk through here maybe? Or should we go around the other way? Sometimes it can be hard to find a place to walk. Hard to find a place to walk through. That should work. England, France, Germany, Spain, Portugal. Even Switzerland got it. Yeah, but come on, Switzerland is actually pretty good at football. Walk through here, find our next spot. Can we leave this one? That one is pretty ugly. Maybe we can leave this one. Kind of toy, but we'll leave it. Yeah, that's where we did last time. Now we're here on this side. On the other side doing stuff. Here's pretty dense here, they're really the corner here. Otherwise it should be kind of fine. Not too bad. Are you wiping them in general or targeting specific weed? Nah, I'm just trying to leave like the good trees to grow. Like this is what I'm looking for here. Every tree is pretty good, grows well, has a little bit room to grow. If you compare this to this, then there's too many trees here. I'm trying to thin it out a little bit so there's like more room. There's too many trees here. But yeah, right here I'm leaving mostly this spruce, but when we go up the hill there, then I'm gonna be leaving mostly pine. So it depends. But leaving good, healthy, strong trees that are growing well. That's basically what I'm trying to leave. Yeah, here I'm leaving most the spruce, I guess. The spruces are growing really well here, so that's why I want to leave them and cut down the more trashy trees. Survival of the fittest. Yeah, it is. So it's basically what nature would do, but we just speed up the process a little bit, so it happens faster now. if I would leave all these to grow, then maybe in 10 years this tree would die. Now it dies like earlier and gives room to the big tree. So it's kind of speeding up a natural process. Big hoe falling in it. Try to turn around without not tripping myself. So you're not feeling guilty because, nah, so it's like the same thing if you, let's say you have something in a garden and you rip out the weed. Like, I'm not really feeling guilty about that. It's kinda, it's a thing, yeah. You shouldn't really feel guilty about that, pulling weeds in the garden. There's gonna be every species I have here, there's like literally billions of them in Finland, so no matter how much I would try to do this, I can't really get rid of any tree species in Finland, so there's no danger of that at least. Oh yeah, here we got the wind. We need all the wind we can get today. It's pretty toasty. Oh yeah, here's a little opening. It's not too dense here, thank God. So we have some room to fell these trees. Sometimes it's such a jungle that it's really hard to even get a start sometimes. Just got fired from a florist. Apparently I took too many leaves. Oh boy. Noise reminds me of dentist. Yeah, this is kind of sounds like a big dentist's drill, I guess. It's a small engine with high RPM, so Might sound a little bit similar. Hopefully not giving you too much of a bad feeling. Because yeah, dentist sounds like these are usually not the best sounds. At least here we're not grilling someone. Another big hole. It stopped the rain here with the stumps and rocks. But yeah, here we can leave actually a birch like this. Maybe even that one. There's nothing else here, so then we can leave some other species. What if you put some favorable tree seed here? So all these trees have been planted. We did put all the spruces in here like maybe 8 years ago. So these trees, these have been planted, and up there we planted some pine. But all the birch, like all these trees, have come in like in a natural way. But yeah, the needle trees, these were planted here actually. We didn't put seeds, but we put like small trees. And now they're bigger trees. No, they don't give fruit unless you mean logs. Once they grow bigger, then they will give like a big log that you can make firewood out of, or lumber, or things. So the gift the tree will give will be lumber. Then you can build something out of that. And also paper. From the smaller bits you can make, or they make paper, cardboard. If you have any kind of like wooden product, then somewhere a forest like this has grown and then produced that wooden product. Why did you choose them? Because they produce lumber, like logs. There is really no fruit-bearing tree you could plant in Finland in a forest. I mean, apple trees kinda, but yeah, for the most part in the forest here we plant trees for logs future. state like this year where it's pretty good soil, this tree right now is the most valuable thing you could basically plant. You can plant like oak, you could go some other species, but they're way more risky, way more work, and yeah, kind of the market isn't that good for them. They're doomed as well, matter of time. I mean, that's kind of the same when I plant something in the fields also. It will grow in the summer and we harvest it in the fall. That's kind of how it goes. But at least when we give them room here now, at least they can have a good life here. They won't need to struggle that much when they grow. So at least that's good. Here we can leave this one, then we can leave maybe this one. Then we cut down this. Yeah, we can leave some of the birches. Don't want to leave too many, but a few we can leave. We need to go out there, there's still like one. Maybe one tree here. And like there's a big aspen tree we saved when this was clear cut. You can see there's a huge tree. Hopefully all these grow into the size of that big tree. Big tree. Oh. 50 years is nothing in the life of a tree. So these trees, when they're big enough to like harvest, then they're probably like 50 years. So yeah, it's gonna take, they have grown maybe 10 years now. It's gonna take another 40 years probably before you can clear cut this area again. That being said, before that you can already take like some trees. But the main harvest will be like in 40 years or something. But there's gonna be some like smaller harvests before that. Okay, this tree would be good if I could get it that way. Away from where we're going. If you had watched Lord of the Rings, you'd have nightmares. I think I've watched Lord of the Rings. I don't have any nightmares. It's still, even if I've watched it, it's still a movie, so. Grow marijuana? Nope. Nope. It wouldn't probably grow very well here, and it's kind of illegal, so I mean, I wouldn't be able to stream that, so that's why we can't grow it. Yeah, a little bit more that way, then we can go this way. Oh, we're already done like 1.5 hours. Probably gonna run out of fuel soon. Then we need to refuel. Probably should go pretty narrow now so we can go back to the tractor. The orc's got trees big painful wedge. Oh boy. But yeah, it is like I said, even if I wouldn't cut some of these trees, most of these trees, or some at least, would definitely die on their own later, so at least now they're not like suffering. But yeah, Lord of the Rings, pretty good movies, I would say. What's the penalty? I don't know. I haven't looked it up. I haven't really considered growing marijuana, so I don't know, but I know it's like illegal, so probably not the smart idea. What do we want to leave here? Didn't even pass. No, not really. I like producing food more. Food more than drugs. But one thing you can grow that really looks like marijuana is like hemp. So if you grow hemp, then everybody's like, oh god, this guy has marijuana. Because I believe the two plants look pretty similar. But hemp is completely legal because it's kind of a fiber plant, I guess. So yeah, hemp is legal. So we want to do here. Oh yeah, we're out of fuel. I'll try to leave a little bit so it's easier to start it next time. Now we need a break. Get back to the tractor. But yeah, we got almost around. There's a little bit here. Then we're back to the tractor here. Refuel break. We don't trip ourselves. Refuel ourselves and then we refuel the brush cutter. And then next pass we should probably go, either we go this way and then come back, or we could go around here and again. Probably just go with the edge here. $10:30. We could probably eat some bread even now. Take a proper. It's pretty much like lunchtime. And in the lunch box today we have bread, banana, and mandarin. Let's eat some bread first with some cheese and ham between. Sit down on the stump here. Flies don't get in the ham. don't need extra protein from flies right now. I should check the blade if it's tight, because it kind of felt like it's either the blade is loose or the gear where the axle comes like this. Then there's another axle coming up. If the gear there is, it might be going out like it's really old, so we'll see. Yeah, there's not too many bugs here today. There's a few, but it's not horrible yet. I think that's also why it's gonna be good to get this finished like tomorrow, because usually in July is like bug month, I guess. So if I can get it done now in July here, then then we don't need to be here in June when it's like worst bug amounts. I guess the wind is coming from over there, so it would kind of make sense to go there, and I can drop trees this way. Maybe we'll go another slice here. Another slicer. Come on, fly, get out of here. No flies in the bread. Oh, but can I tighten the blade? I got the tool, but I don't have the stick to hold the blade in place. It seems fine. Yeah. We can check it like quickly. Hopefully it's not too loose. tools, yeah. I have this tool to tighten it, but I don't have the small stick to hold it. Oh yeah, I know now. We can use this from this guy. I can use the file as a thing to keep it from spinning. You need like one tool to hold it and one tool to tighten the big bolt on the end. If I can just remember how to get this out. I need the gloves. How the hell was you supposed to get this loose? I think I'm just supposed to push this and push and pull out. Can't be the other way around now. Come on, why is it now? Sometimes when I'm filed, I've got it loose accidentally. Now when I try to get it open, it's not budging. Interesting. By all logic, when you do this, now it should move. It's not moving. Now what the hell? Should it go this way? It can't really be that way, though. Now what the hell? There's some rubbish in there. Yeah, it's the sideways actually. Now it got it loose. Then we can get the file loose. Then we can use this end of the file to put in between here. Like you need to put this here. Then you spin the blade. And it should find a hole eventually. Now it's in the hole. Now then we can tighten with this. And this is lefty tidy, righty loosey. So it should be tighter this way. Now this has not moved, I believe. Yeah, this way. No, this way it's... Let me think about this now. Which way is it gonna get it looser? I should be able to see the threads, so I should be able to figure it out. If the threads are like this, and if I go this way, it should tighten, yeah. Right end. Maybe this one fits, maybe this one does not fit in the hole. Now it's in the hole, and then yeah, by all logic, this way it should tighten. I don't think it was loose, but maybe it was that. You need to have this really tight. It might have been that had the weird sound. So the blade was like the axle spins, but the blade stays still. But yeah, blade is still sharp. That's fine. Unless the gear here inside is breaking, then we should be fine. Maybe that was slightly loose. Didn't feel super loose, but could have been that. But yeah, this has saved me. If I have the file, then I also have this stick, which I can use as the thing. There's like a different stick to do it, but you can do it with this, with the file, because I don't have the right tool for the job, but I had a tool where I could get the job done. Then you just lock it back in, then you have a file thing. Then we'll see how much pressure do you guys think there is in this bottle now. Let the pressure out first. Don't spray fuel everywhere. then we're pretty much ready to go. Pretty much ready to row. Stream is still working somewhat. Then we just put hearing protection on. See that the camera is okay in the shade. Then we row. Or I guess walk in this case. I'm gonna row later when we drive tractor, but too early. You need to unhook it from the thing here always when you start it. You can kind of start it from here, but it's kind of hard on the arm. I guess it sounds better, so maybe the blade was sleeping there when that bolt wasn't like tight enough. Could definitely have been it. Now it's at least working. Doesn't have as nearly as bad sound now, so maybe it was that. It can work itself loose if you have full throttle, then you hit the tree, then it like the blade gets wedged in for some reason and stops all of a sudden. Then it can start to loosen up that nut. Seems like it's good now. But yeah, it's not too bad here. There's a little corner there with some more stuff. This stuff here is not that bad. Yeah, not too much here at all. If it's all like this, then you can get quite a bit done in one day when it's just a tree here, a tree there. But sometimes it's a tree everywhere. Pretty rocky still to walk over, but at least here I can see the terrain, so it's a little bit easier. A little bit easier to walk through. Knock on wood, we haven't also stepped in a single bee's nest yet. Because that could be... Then we might drop the saw and run like Usain Bolt if we step into a bee's nest. Hopefully that doesn't happen. When it's a branch pile like this, that's where the ground bees sometimes like to put their nest. So hopefully we don't run into those guys too much. Here you could maybe leave this one in the middle here, kind of. Maybe we can leave it right there. Pretty dense right there, but I guess it's okay. This one here, it's kind of sketchy. Could leave it, could definitely cut it also. I don't want to leave all like that, then it's gonna be too much left behind. There's another tree that has fallen down at some point. There, this spruce is kind of destroyed, it kind of bent over, so we'll definitely leave the birch behind. Makes way more sense to leave that one there. Maybe even this small pipe. Where's the root? Where can we cut it? Where do we see that? We cut it once to see it. Somewhere there the ground is. Or we don't want to hit the ground, but close to the ground. But yeah, here we can leave, like this is a nice pine. Little opening, so then we can leave whatever. Up there it's gonna be mostly pine actually. Down here it's mostly spruce, and then go like 30 meters that way, then it's gonna be mostly pine actually. So it changes depending on where we are here. In some places it's almost mostly been birch. I guess wind is pushing from the wrong direction now. Sort of triple top thing here again. Try to leave the best one. That one, there's not a birch left there. If there's an opening like this with not much else, then you can leave. Birches, pines, spruces, whatever looks good there. Whatever looks pretty good there. And with this one here, the spruce has some issue. birch is better here. Pine there. Yeah, this is looking good here. We're up there, and then we start go down, and then we did already here. So then we should finish all this. Maybe finish this whole lower section with this tank of gas. That would be kind of good. Then we again have finished the worst, and then the stuff that's left should be again easier. Might be quite rocky terrain there, but it shouldn't be as much really much to cut down. Yeah, here's a little bit tighter place. But it shouldn't be wide, we did down there already. So it should be okay. As long as we get a good start here. Drop the trees in a place where we have room. I did cut that already. This way. There we haven't done. Okay, it shouldn't be. Did we go down already here somewhere? Did I go further through now? Yeah, we went down here. So we should go down, then we can do this from the other side. Already going too far here, I think. Can go back so we don't go too far away from the refuel point. down here. I kind of missed that already. Pretty easy to miss where you have been. Now we should do all this here and go back. I think at least I went down here somewhere. Almost hard to tell. But you're inside here in the sun, oh man, it's hot. Hopefully wind picked up. There's absolutely no clouds. It said yesterday today was gonna be a cloudy day, but you can guess it when I'm gonna do brush cutting like this. It's gonna be sunny, hot. Guaranteed. But yeah, tomorrow it was supposed to be actually more clouds. Maybe. Yeah, we went around this rock, so we have just a little bit here, then we'll head back there. When they're kind of big like these spruces, they provide a little bit of shade at least, which, believe it or not, makes kind of a big difference at this point. Makes it feel a little bit cooler. Yeah, this is done pretty much here. It's almost. Now it's done. Let me go here. I guess we can do this, leave a little bit here in the middle if there's gonna be a little bit for another tank of gas still. This seems quite ready all the way to there. Happened to this tree. I switched tops there many times. We will cut this now. Instead, maybe don't even need to use this one. close to each other. Okay, we did this other side here. Should be good. Then we can go push that way. Yeah, we can go quite wide. There's gonna maybe be a little bit left here, but then it would be, all of this will be done. Oh, there's not a tree there for that right now. Unless I cut it and it's just not falling down. Probably left it now. Next. Now we have gone through all this, I think. Looks pretty good here. For the most part. Let's go through this worst stuff. And we'll leave if there's a little bit here. Maybe for our next tank of gas. But it definitely feels like a forest inside here already. First time I did this, these trees were maybe 2 meters high. Then it's still, you could still see over the trees, and yeah, but now right here it feels like I'm definitely inside a forest somewhere. And they're really gonna explode and get bigger from this point forward. And this is a really big, a really nice tree after like 8 years maybe. They've really been growing here. Somewhere here we ran out of fuel. Last tank of gas. This here. Oh yeah, here's a big tree that has fallen down. That's a big stump right there. Oh, big like, what a roots. I guess we should do this side and we can go around the tree and do the other side. might be tricky. Yeah, we don't want to climb over that trunk too much. I'll try to do this side and then come back on the other side. Down a bit, especially when you try to fell them so you don't need to walk over them. That. Nah, I leave a spruce here. Don't want to leave this burn. Thought about leaving it, but if we leave this, then it's better to leave this, not leave that. It's gonna be too much otherwise. This one right here though, we can leave. Seems fine. Yeah, this is what we want it to look like, and on the other side you see the untouched stuff, which is a little bit too dense in my liking. these down. Be good. There's a good spruce behind. Shouldn't be along that way anymore. Then we can kind of turn back and then the worst should be done. But yeah, spruce like this really needs saving. You can see the birch is a little bit longer and it's very close, so it's weeping and damaging this tree already. So if I remove it now, then this will recover. But if it looks like this, then it's kind of the last minute to do this. Now it has room to grow. Especially the top of the tree, you should look and see that there's a little bit room there. Even a lot of raspberries, which usually is indication of pretty fertile soil. Also a good indication that you can see the ground again. Here's the top of the tree, then we have worked the right side, and we can go back on the other side, then we don't need to walk over the tree trunk here with the big branches too much. Yeah, there's a little bit, one loop around here, and the road goes right there, and then back here. seems good. Big rock. And there's a big hole there. Don't want to fall in there. Break a leg. Guess we need to walk around. There's a big rock there also. We need to go somewhere around there to get to this tight spot. Here it's kind of good. Here it's just raspberry bushes. Here I could already feel the old stump that maybe that was cut earlier, but some of the old stumps are already getting rotten from the last harvest. Yeah, that's good here. Now we go just a little bit there, maybe some bush there. Then we go back there. Maybe something a little bit here. I can leave the birch, there's really nothing else. The ugly birch, double top, but it's better than this bush, I guess. There you can see the old trees. So yeah, really hoping the new trees grow to the same size as old trees. I'm pretty sure they will. If we treat them well, then I see no reason why not. This is, yeah, nothing else here, so we'll leave that. The ugly stuff. Here, what should we leave here? The road is there. Leave this one maybe. There's something here. There are more bushes here. Now we can go back here. We can almost finish this whole piece here. This is done here, down here now. When did we start? Now it's 11:30. How much have we done? I have no clue again, but probably go back here now. There, and then refuel and then see if we can finish the rest. Finish the rest after that. Spruce. We could leave this aspen tree here. There's kind of a little bit of empty space behind. Yeah, then we'll go back here, zigzagging here, back to the tractor. Then we've done like roughly one tank. Refuel, then finish this little bit, and then go further up there where it should be. Then it's gonna turn more into pine ground. Way more pine there. Leave this. Maybe we should go back here, yeah, and then leave back there. But we should have. Probably start at like, yeah, we have probably still like 20 minutes of fuel or something. Yeah, the spruces are pretty big here. Growing well. We have some competition now, but once we remove this now, it should be a really nice forest in 10 years here. Like this tree will probably be like this big in 10 years. Like it's kind of crazy. In only 20 years, this tree might be like this big. That's pretty. Here in Finland, that's pretty good growth. I know in some places, like if you have eucalyptus or something, it grows way faster, but for our spruces here, it's a pretty good growth rate in this climate. Kind of want to propel it like a different direction. It falls that way, it builds up to like a little bit of an impenetrable wall. So this is good here. Because there's one still. This is toxic. Can fall down. It's good. Go back here a little bit. Try to finish this and then just take a break there, even if we don't completely run out of fuel. Because yeah, wind is pushing this way, so it's kind of this way it works well if I can drop to both sides. Yeah, there we have already maybe done to that big part. So it should just be a little bit behind us then. This is something like 10:30 when we took the break. Now it's 11:30. So should be running out of fuel sometime in the somewhat near future. Going on here, that one we did cut, I believe. This one is wedged between those. There's the pine. This other spruce cut off there. Yeah, it was cut. It's just hanging on there. Everything's cut. Okay, we can leave probably leave like an alder right there. Here the spruces, either we couldn't plant here or they somehow died or something. Then we just leave like birch, alder, birch. Here I can cut this to keep. This is kind of the border right here between us and the neighbor, so keep this open here. But yeah, then we leave again if there's a nice spruce. But this is the logic. best possible trees that are available to grow. Sometimes just a spruce, sometimes it's a alder or something. Whatever tree. We can leave this one. That one should be fine. We'll do this far now and then we come back with next tank. Here's more mixed birch, pine, or birch spruce, kind of mixed back and forth. Hey, we got all the other down. Aspen and pine is not good to leave too close to each other, because there's a disease that that tree spreads that can then affect this tree. And also the aspen tree is probably the lowest value tree. So I don't want to leave too much of that. Yeah, now we can go here and then we'll take a break again. We've done about an hour again. Maybe slightly under, but we're at such a good point to take a break here when tractor is right here. So then we'll fill up, finish this, and then start with that towards the road there. But yeah, we got a bunch done again. Yeah, now this road here looks good. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Way better than before. But yeah, we'll take a little drink now. Then finish this as a little blob in the middle, and then we'll blob back and forth here in more like pine ground. Blobbing around. Oh yeah, now there's probably pressure in here when it's heating up all the time. Pretty much empty. First one empty. Open second one. This is some sort of tropical juice. whatever lime and banana and whatever this one has. I don't think I have this before. Peach, guava, banana. Yeah, that's a new mix, I think. Tastes okay. Maybe I still prefer to like lime something. Then we should probably also eat the banana now, because this is already tank number 3, and we'll finish that. Then we're all the way from here like and down to that big pine. All that's finished. So, and if you can finish this up to the road here today, then there shouldn't be too much left for tomorrow. Should be able to finish tomorrow then. Also last day we can get the tractor super close there with the road. It's even close today, like it's good, nice to go out straight from the tractor here. We don't need to walk. Don't need to walk, like we can start immediately here where the tractor is parked. Yeah, hopefully internet's working, it seems good. Still have 50% in my chat phone, so we can have it at least one more tank. Then I might need to put it to the side. As you can see from the aspen, there is wind. Might be better when we go up on the hill here later in the day, because yeah, the wind is needed. Not a cloud in the damn sky. Would be nice with some clouds when I'm doing this. Wouldn't mind at all if it would be 15 degrees and cloudy. But we will be able to do it in this weather. I only have 2 days left, so if I can manage my energy levels for 2 more days, then we can finish this thing. Because yeah, this is pretty physical job. But yeah, how's it going, guys? Watching World Cup. As I said, I've been now the latest week and a half. It's been since the World Cup started, basically. Eat, sleep, watch football and do brush cutting. That's pretty much what's been going on here at the farm, at least for the last week and a half. How's the drone charging? It might be charged now, so at the end of the day I might fly more, maybe. But yeah, let's go back. Let's go back, finish that area. Finish the area we started. Somewhere there we can start. Excuse me. Swallowed some air. Yeah, probably best to finish it like this. Or up here, otherwise we might leave some areas. Doesn't look the best, but we'll leave it for now, I guess. Seems like it wants to grow wider than taller. Now this tank we start at 12, so we should be able to go until 120 or something. Maybe we'll take a loop around and come back, quit here and then go up there, continue. Whatever, or maybe this way here and then up there. Nah, probably better go this. Could go many ways. Just don't want to leave any area completely untouched. Oh yeah, not forget to only now we disconnected from the YouTube. It's weird, sometimes it works for a few hours and sometimes it works for a very short time. Pushing high, losing balance. Done. Hard when you can't really see them, you want to fell them this way. It's almost best to go to the other side. You can kind of see what you're cutting better. Oh yeah, here's the first tree that was down. And there was another tree down over there. Yeah, we want to started on our backside, so probably finish this side again. So we don't need to walk again over the branches too much. Granted, the branches have like died already a lot, but still easier to not walk over them. Cut the branches so we can walk through here. Maybe find a way through. Coming through, coming through. Brush cutter guy coming through. Doesn't feel like it's super windy down here, but ooh. Ooh. At least muscles and everything is like, don't need to do any kind of warm up in the beginning. It's so warm that as soon as you're basically here, it's already, you have warmed up. Impossible to be like cold. Timber! Yeah, there we have been now. Now we just go here and back. Timber our way through. Done, that's done. Here the pines look, spruces look really good here. There's been a little bit of competition to get them to grow upwards, but not too much to block them. That's always the ideal. Especially with pine, you really want some competition. Otherwise the trees grow really like more sideways and upwards. With spruces you can give them a little bit more room earlier. Here we did this side. We just need to get enough room so we can actually get forward. Can be tough sometimes when it's jungly like this. Sometimes you need to start with the smaller ones. Get some room. Do the easy stuff first. And once you got some room, then you can do the trickier from here, drop them. Here this spruce is so small, we can definitely leave some birch here. Haven't really figured out which ones yet, but at least no, not those. There's quite a bit of their spruce there, there's spruce there, there one. Maybe we can leave this one. And there's a lot of junk there. Let's see if we do this first here. Here we can leave maybe a pine even. Seems to be a few pines around here. They must have come in naturally because I don't think we planted pine in this very spot. Yeah, almost a little dense, but I guess we can leave it like that. And we leave nothing here. This one maybe. This one. That one maybe. Why did the miner get fired from his job? He took it for granite. Yeah, here's a big tree that fell down. too close to this and that. Maybe that one's better. I told you. This one can even go down, I believe. Falls down just in the blink. Yeah, you can see this tree, it used to grow like in the middle of a rock, and then at some point a big storm pushed it down. But it still grew to a pretty big size. It grew off the rock. Rock tree. Okay, it's rained a bit. I can see some mushrooms here occasionally. Now we're through this basically. See what's happening up here on the rocks there. Should be good. Now it's just some trees on top of this stump. Should be fine. Everything is cut off, and this is good. Now we just have a little bit here left. On the other side of this fallen down tree here. Which one do we leave here? This one, so these go down. That's for sure. There's a couple there. Finish this up. This side of the tree is done. Then we do this side of the trunk, and then there's very little left here. Then we go up more on the hill. Then you'll see much more pine up there. Here it was mostly birch and spruce. Of course, there's one behind there that we need to somehow reach. Behind the spruce, there's one birch I need to cut. Somehow need to get there. Somehow need to get over this stuff. That's better. And this this one probably goes if you want to leave spruce. There's a giant hole here beside the rock there. For sure not the easiest terrain. It's flat in some spots, but then it's all of a sudden very like freaky holes in the ground. Just as you're about to cut something, then your foot falls in a hole. That way, if you can pull them towards you, then they fall like straight forward. So you have some control of the direction and where the tree is falling. And I'm always trying to fell them like where I've already been. So it's easier to walk here where it's not done. Sometimes the wind trees heavily. Might disagree with it though, but that's kind of the goal there when you fell the tree. Maybe we can leave this kinda 50-60 situation again. Guess we'll leave it for now. That wind Haven't felt it too much today, but I guess it should pick up towards the evening. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully we get some evening clouds or something. Anything helps. Anything helps. Wouldn't really want rain still, but anything except rain would probably be almost good. That one's kind of damaged, but I guess there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can't read these, so maybe we'll leave it for now. It's gonna be good enough quality for firewood, but not good enough to feel like a log or something to build something out of. Yeah, now we're through here, then we just go back here and then over that and then back towards tractor again. Some sort of pile. Yeah, then we'll just do this until we get everything done here. This is probably a few there, then this is through here. Should be all through that. There's a tractor, then we got a little bit here, then we can go back that way and do as much as we can with this tank of gas, I guess. looks good. Left some pines here, some birch to mix it up. And we got a little bit there still. And all this down here is done all the way to the big pine there. Up there halfway. Steep rock. Leave this birch. No, we'll leave the pine instead. Sometimes you cut it 3 times and it just simple does not want to fall down. Always gets caught on something. Sometimes it simply does not want to give up. Tree does not want to give up. Okay, is that the last one? So then we can go and walk a little bit that way and then go back like that with the last. Probably got a decent bit of fuel left. There wasn't that much left here. Yeah, this looks all good now. Good here. Camera okay. Wipe you off with the branch. Almost hit the rock. And you try to hit when you cut with the from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. That's when there's a risk of bumping to the side. Yeah, now this is all done here. Now we can move to the other side. This is all from tractor to this big pine to that big pine. All this is done. And that should have been the trickier side. Up there it should be even less. At least technically. But we started 12, so we still got 50 minutes of fuel. We can go a little bit this way and then back. I think. Yeah, we did here, but then we didn't do that wide here. I guess we went through here. At least here we did some stuff. I see that got some here. Yeah, it's not that long to the road up there anymore. Should still go that way and then come back here somewhere. We can go, yeah, maybe 20 minutes this way and then 20 minutes back. Something like that. Yeah, this might be not that bad. Not that many to cut down actually. For some reason there's less stuff that has come up here. It's just these some bunches of trees. Well, hello there, goofball Guinness. Yeah, I guess it's affiliate. I guess it's affiliate like day to day. Not so many, but some quite big trees to cut down. Occasionally we have a place like this where there's not much here. I guess we go around this big rock somewhere there and do that stuff. This seems good here. Quite bushy here. No real clue where the ground is here, where we can walk. Yeah, there the pines start. A bunch more pine over there. We can go. Yeah, we should go a little bit more this way still. If we can. Through the raspberry bushes. Here's a massive birch here. I'll probably leave that one. This spruce, yeah, it decided to grow sideways, I guess. Can't even cut it off. I don't know where the root is. Nowhere to see if there's like a big rock somewhere close to it. I guess we cut it off now. Really hard to tell. Hard to tell with these sometimes. At least there's room to fell trees here. what's up with this here. Would want to leave one, but which one? They're both ugly. Maybe this one. Of course it throws it to the other tree. I guess we'll leave this, but it got damaged a little bit there by accident. Yeah, this is good here. This tree, of course, stuck there. And we did go down there. Go down here. See what's up here. Come on. Branch blocking me from cutting. And it still wants to fall this way. Sometimes there's not much to cut, but it's pretty tricky cutting still. Bunch of these, like a chunk of birches in one place. It might be because this area, I think I might not have brush cut this like ever, because they were so little when I did the first pass and everything else that I probably left this up here. That's why the trees that are there might be a little bit bigger. Maybe. Could be. Yeah, here we definitely have been. And it's just chunk like this. These are not the easiest because then when they fall down it likes to build up like this. You have to leave quite long stumps. Which of course isn't really an issue, but it's hard to cut sometimes. Yeah, I guess we went through that one. From the other side. From the other side. Here it's not so much the cutting, but it's the getting from place A to B that's kind of hard here. Very, or quite rough terrain. But now we try to loop around here and then go back. Then we should have enough fuel to get back to the tractor. Here we should be able to drop. I don't need to cut anything there, so I'll just drop a bunch of trees there. Didn't block us from too many future endeavors. That one, of course, is completely behind and above everything. Yeah, now we're to the big pine here. We're not gonna go too much further. Go up and then go back. Then after this tank, it's almost all finished up to the road already. The road is not, it shouldn't be too far that way anymore. So then last tank we can finish this and go however long we want to go that way. Maybe go to this big, yeah, we did the low side of this big pine. So now we go like high side. Makes sense now. Yeah, that's cut. Then we did the low side there. I think I finished up to this big tree, so then we can just do the other side here now. Actually go up here and back. And I know I came to that big pine and this big pine. Basically that far. And here we can leave this and this because a little bit more open around. Yep, that should be. This can be there probably. Yeah, then it's done already with this big pine and that big pine. Then we'll cut it off here. Try to finish as much of this and go back. Yeah, this isn't too hard here. There's some things to cut, but it's not too bad. Hardest thing is sometimes to find like a place to walk. In a direction I can fell the trees in. Yeah, it's these like chunks of trees always. Otherwise it's not bad. This spruce looks bad. Let's leave a bird. There's the ground. Where's ground level? Somewhere there, I guess. Basically cut here and then we go back. The next tank we can finish this, I guess. I'll go even further here. Is this on your farm? Yes, it is. This is the farm's land right here. It sure is. Here it's more dense again. Guess we need to go around there and do it. Like that's an ugly one. But we still leave it because this one is so tiny. That's also not the best quality. How did we get through here? Somewhere here. With the help of the wind, we got it down. So yeah, it helps felling this way now. That's the way the wind is pushing them. At least the bigger trees. Yeah, we did some here already. Good stuff, good stuff. Think you are lost? Almost lost, maybe, yeah. Might be. Hopefully we stay on our land and don't go into the neighbor's land. There was the one place we did like a couple of days up there where it was kind of, it was not that easy to see where the border was, so we had to almost guess our way where to go. But we should be on the right place here. Yeah, then we go this way. Then soon we should see something red, which is the tractor. Then we know where we are again. Yeah, now it's more pine here. That pine is ugly, so we'll remove that though, and we'll leave this birch here, I think. Yeah, we'll cut this one down. Slightly bigger, but it's split into two here, so that's not the best. Not the best quality. Try with pine, you really gotta try to leave the best quality trees. I mean, these are all not like super good quality, but try to leave the best ones. Yeah, we've been there, so we should go here somewhere now. Somewhere through the bushes. To that thicket over there. Just gotta feel your way with your feet here when it's like, it's a lot of raspberry bushes. What happens with all the trees we took down? I'll just leave them to rot. Like the goal with this is to free up the good trees. Like when you have two trees like this, they're very close to each other, then it's best to remove the worst one. Here it's kind of close. I think I'm gonna take the spruce and leave birch actually. This is so much bigger. But yeah, the trees I cut down, they will basically become fertilizer for the other trees. So when they rot down, they give the nutrients to the other. Leave them to rot. Yeah, it's actually, because there's no way I would, like you could collect them. It's technically not impossible, but it's like, if this is heavy work, that would be heavier times 10, and like a tiny tree like that, it's worth like literally nothing. So it makes no sense trying to do anything with them. It's better just to, or this is just to, I'm kind of helping the good trees here. But yeah, this pine, I thought about leaving one of those, but they're both cut. This pine is kind of ugly, but at least one of these birches has to go. And I don't know about this pine. Not the finest example, but it's kind of empty around here, so we might just try to get this one birch down from here and leave the other. Which one should I try to get? Maybe the one on the other side is actually worse. Which one is better? Maybe this one is better. Then can we cut this, because I can only cut from one side, or we have to cut here higher up. Oh, that will work. Always tricky when there's two trees like very close to each other. I don't want to hit this tree. I'm gonna cut down this tree but not hit the other one. That works. And we'll leave this one, and we'll leave the pine also. They're really close to each other. But I mean, there's like an empty place here, and it's kind of empty on the other side also, so yeah. I should really cut this one though. You can see how it only has branches on one side. Like that's the thing you want to avoid. You want to have a good tree that has branches on all sides. And if you get snow on this, then the snow is all gonna be on one side, then it's gonna bend the tree over. So it's another reason why I should really cut this down. Okay, I guess we cut it down. It's just there. I guess there's a spruce, so it feels so empty around that you kind of want to leave it, but it's so ugly and it's so close to the other one. At least now that one has room to grow. Yeah, then we cut there some. Should go here and back there. But yeah, it's definitely, this is definitely improving the quality of the trees for the future. Because I try to leave all the good trees. Cut down most of the damaged ones. Okay, leave this, cut this, leave that, leave that. Cut this, leave this, leave this. Something like that maybe. This pine looks fine. Then we this and this down. And here is like again 3 trees. We're gonna leave one. Same here. And there's behind, there's all kinds of junk here. Got some branches so we can see something first. Yeah, these are tough when it's like 10 trees in one place. Oh, come on! Gets caught in the blade. Well, that's better. Did we cut this one? Looks like it's cut. Yeah, it was cut. Yeah, now it looks much better here. Each tree should have some good room to grow in. That was a lot of damage on that tree. So the other one, but the biggest one, is in good shape. That's a big pine, but it's kind of ugly, but yeah, there's nothing else, so obviously we leave that one. Little pine, I guess. We'll have to cut some branches off of this one so I can walk here. Huge branches. try to stay upright. Yeah, tractor should be not too far that way now. Not too far away. I guess next time we come, we can finish this up to the road here and just go as far as we can go there, I guess. Not a super pretty climb, but especially not right there. Believe it. I'm almost finishing this with this tank already. We'll finish this now to the tractor. Then we'll refuel, take break, finish this. Probably finish it as far as we can here, and then maybe that's it for today. Then we'll see. What time is it now? It's like 1. Yeah, we can for sure do one more tank, I guess. And we'll see when we now, because then I think I've done everything here. This looks fine otherwise. Yeah, otherwise it looks fine here. And the tractor is right there. I'll go back here. if we still have fuel. This is all done. Good. Good stuff. This tree also broke off at some point and fell down somewhere here. Stump left, big stump left. I think I heard it was gonna start to high idle. Probably pretty much out of fuel here. Yeah, there's a tractor. Yes, there's a couple of trees still. Some of the row they don't really hurt anything if they're in a empty spot. These we kind of don't want to fail on the tractor, so try to get them here maybe. Through pretty much out of fuel, then we fill up, try to finish this, and then we go as far as we can that way, I guess, because there's not much left there actually to the road. Then there's just a little bit left at the other end there. This should be good here. Here's some nice wind. Yeah, a little shade from that tree. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, all this is here now. All the way to that big pine and the other pine up there, I guess. So next tank we'll finish it all the way to there, and then, yeah, a little bit left there. Which we will probably finish I would say tomorrow probably. Don't really have enough in me today to finish it all, I think, but should be fine tomorrow. I think we found our way back. There's a big red tractor. Yeah, there's some random tractor here in the forest. I wonder whose tractor it is. But yeah, just refuel blade seemed sharp still. So we refuel the guy, and then we'll see how far we can get with next tank. Tank of gas. Here it's not bad when you sit still and there's like wind coming and some shade from the big tree. But it's okay if we just work like super slow, kind of slow motion working, then it's fine. Should eat our mandarin, I guess. But yeah, basically this forest looked like the neighbor's forest here like just a couple of years ago. These trees were like 3 years ago, these trees were half the length. Now they're probably on average like 3 meters or something. I think the neighbor planted these like a couple of years later, so that's why they're a little bit small. Good to drink a bunch. But yeah, we definitely have enough liquids, so we should be good for today. But yeah, I'll put you guys on a little break. I'll be right back. Get ready, chat. How it's going? Yeah, it's just on that side, but it won't slide down. There's too much friction. Nah, it's not moving. No! Got it. Good that I tried. Okay, we're back. We're back and we need to refuel and then we're ready to go. Refuel the guy. Let's refuel the... I'm not taking this open, but... Yeah, do we have enough fuel here for tomorrow? Probably, but it's gonna be probably kind of close. Probably like if there's 2 liters left, then it should be enough for, yeah, 2.5 liters. Then we got like 3-4 tanks of gas. Should be enough for the what's left. We'll see how much I can do with this tank. Then we kind of know how much there is left, at least roughly. Yeah, let's go. Finish all the way up, basically up to the road. Then I can do the last bit I can do up from the road. There's like a little flat part up where the forest road is, but I'll leave that for last. We'll do everything we can from down here first. Yes. But I saw there was one double tree there. I'm gonna cut that and then go here and go up there. Better. No double trees. This is done. Done. Here's a little bit not done. not too much to cut here, just a little trimming here. Of course, all the branches when I grab the chat phone. Start to like have to. Yeah, the road should be right up there. Probably don't need to do too much here, we can do this from the road. Thank you, Mr. Dream. So I don't even need if we need to go up here. Here it's really rocky. We just need to look if we need to do anything there. And we can do the rest from up from the road, I guess. Yeah, this stuff is probably easier from up there. It's good all the way to here. We need to walk this way and see what needs to be done here. Here we couldn't even plant, it was so rocky. We'll just go through this, like clear these like bushy places. This pine looks pretty nice here for once. There's apparently nothing else here. Yeah, this is kind of just these bushes. We just try to clear them up best we can here. Not too many trees here. It was like full of rocks here. We couldn't plant anything. So I'll just go through it and leave even the ugly ones because there's a lot of places here. Any tree is better than no. If I can just here. It's a double. Here the challenge is definitely the tough terrain. When they built the road up there, they pushed all the big rocks here. So it's really big rocks here. Yeah. If we can get up to here, then I can do the rest from up from the road, I think. Here, this is kind of tough. There's not much else, there's pine there, but we trim it down a bit. These are just helps to cut down these bushes. You cut them off and then they won't fall down. There it goes. There's too big. Almost a chainsaw would be better for this. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna cut the smaller one over here. It's so big and it will pinch the saw when it starts to fall. Might just have to leave this for the chainsaw. It's too big. Pretty much too big for this one. I could try if we do like from this side and that side. Maybe we could get one down. got it. Nice. Those are tough when it's so close to each other. Really hard to get. Really hard to cut without pinching the blade somewhere. Yeah, we did all the way there, so now we do up here a bit. Yeah, then this is good. Go over there. Up from the road, we can finish it. There's like some trees on the road there, but we'll try to do everything from the low side now. Yeah, we can leave all these. Not too much here. Kind of empty around, so. Cut a few branches so we can actually walk forward. See where to go. For sure this one is the best, but then that's not gray. Neither is the birch. We might just leave the birch go and pine. This one is even more damaged, I think, the small one. This one is bigger and it's huge damage. So I really want to cut this down now. Probably not. I'll probably leave them both here. There's nothing around them. And there's a little opening here again. Here's nothing. Maybe small trees. A bunch of berries. And then here we did some stuff. Again here, boulder. Literal boulder here. Both there again very close to each other. Maybe push the other pine down. Leave this and that. this guy knows. Yeah, then these we can leave all these. It's good. It's good. And go up there. Here it's kind of good. There might be one. Go once up there. And this is the next jungle here. We went there, I think. We'll go there first. Back to this and go there. You really have to plan kind of how you want to walk. I guess I should do it. Be a little bit best there. It's really quite the terrain here. Quite the terrain. Figure out what we do here. Oh, we've got those. This might be a little close, but there's a pine behind those. We got this one down. Maybe. That pine is, it's okay. Maybe if you leave that one. On the other hand, there's a lot around that's open, but pine like that will get destroyed. So we'll try to get this one this way. Now this one has a room at least, and this one also. I mean, this is mostly like pine ground here. It's pretty rocky and stuff. So I guess the birches will grow too, but double the best for pine right here. And then we can go finish that from the road. Hell, maybe leaves. One. I guess I could trim off the ugly ones, but it's definitely a one I will remove in the first thinning. Then I guess we can do that to it for now. And then first thinning removed. Yeah, that's up from the road there. Leave, because nothing else. Figure out a route to walk. kind of a big one here. And then we'll do this. Then we'll go around this rock, finish this. And then we haven't done anything down there either, so we either go here and down there, or we could just push through this way. Might just push through this way now. We shall see. Oh, here's a flat spot. Relatively flat spot at least. We should go back here so we don't leave too much. We could go close to the road here and push that through also. Maybe it's best to go a little bit back and then go that way. Hello, damn it. How do you know I'm broke? That's a pretty strong assumption to make. I mean, we're all some level broke, but that's a pretty strong assumption straight out of that. I am listening, or reading, more like. Up there goes the phone. Just phone flies away. streaming for money. I'm mostly streaming for fun. It's very few people that actually earn something from streaming. For most people it's just a hobby and like for fun. Like for me, I'm just doing this for fun. But yeah, we should, it's kind of hard here. If I should go that way, I could go this way also. Then we need to carry over the fuel and stuff. Might want to make the brake area somewhere here next day. So we could go this way. Yeah, we might go this way. Do a little bit here from the, just a little bit down from the road. There's not too much to cut here really. Just some really small ones. Even that birch we can probably leave. Probably leave right there. This one though. From when are you streaming? I think I started in 20... Maybe it was 2018 or something. But in the beginning I had very few streams, like I just tested a few times. And then later on I've been kind of streaming a bit more, or a bit more often at least. Yeah, finish this, then we do from the road up there, from the upside, the last bits. Finish it up there. Aren't you famous? Because more people like you haven't joined. Nah, it's mostly, it's a lot of luck. And then a lot of the people that have a lot of viewers, they have like view bots. So they actually don't have that many viewers, they just have like computer viewers, so to speak. So I wouldn't look at the view number that much. Like if I watch some other streams, then I look like, okay, is this interesting to me? I'm not going like, okay, this guy has like 5,000 viewers, stream must be very good. Then it's usually the really big streamers, it's like a guy just screaming all the time. Not really the content I like to watch. So it's always depends a little bit how you Depends what you would consider like famous. Yeah, most people like to stream like when they're just talking, they're not really doing anything. I like to stream when I'm also like doing some things. Not just talking. But yeah, it's whatever, like that's great with streaming, you can stream whatever you want, as long as it's like legal and stuff, but after that you can stream whatever you want really. That's the best thing, I guess. You don't have to do like a certain thing. You should do something. I am doing, as you see. If this isn't doing something while streaming, then what is? We're doing quite the stuff here actually. That person should do something while streaming. Yeah, I mean, if you look at other streamers, then it's like 99% is like talking or gaming and talking or something like that, which is fine. I mean, as I said, it's great that you can do whatever you want to do on the streams. You don't have to do like a certain thing. Like Finland. Finland is a great place, yeah, for sure. Great nature. Cut down still, there's like 4 trees. Cut down a few more there, I guess. a tour if I come to Finland. I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm a good person to show around, but I'm sure you can find somebody who is willing to show around. But yeah, hopefully these trees become this size in the future. It's a big tree. Big tree. Yeah, we're clear, kind of clearing this edge here now. Then I'll leave these for tomorrow. It shouldn't be too big of a blob in the middle anymore. Pines we can leave slightly closer to each other so that they don't get too big. It feels like mega branches. Oh, now my phone is also down to 20%. We'll do this tank and then we'll figure out what we'll do after that. We started half to, so we have plenty of fuel left, I think. Really ugly one, but Or we could go back here with the edge now and finish it completely here. I guess that would be one option too. We have about, yeah, we should have enough fuel. Could try going back here, finishing that up. And we'll see what we do. Other option would be to go down there, but then we end up kind of in a weird spot. Might actually go up here to finish this. Finish this edge up. Wobble. Wobble, wobble. We have broken through. And we'll just finish up here on the upside, I guess. Should get the rest from here. Then we'll just have a little bit there left and then it's down there. So I'll try to finish up what we can from here. Whatever this is here. This is a road here. We can probably leave some trees, maybe this one. But we don't want to go too, we want to leave a little bit without trees close to the road. It's not good to have trees there. When they get bigger, they will just grow out on they will just grow out on the road. these we can just mow down. Too close to the road. And this one we can probably leave, but you wanna leave a little bit. You don't want to have trees right here growing super close to the road. And there's actually some clouds. Very refreshing. Very, very refreshing. Try to cut them, they always leave something left and it's stuck on the cutter and all kinds of mess. Lock it out on the road did not look very good. Down. There it goes. Looks much better now. Yeah, what do we have? 50 meters more, so we'll probably run this fuel tank out actually. This edge there's quite a bit still, but then there should be not too much left for the next day. Let's see if we do more even today. Figure out. This is the jungle here. Jungle man, jungle. I don't know how you should start this. Try to get not on the road. Get down. Get down. Kind of a mess also this edge. It's not too bad, it's a little section here that's pretty. There's a lot of stuff. A lot of this bush. hard to walk here. It's only big rocks. Really hard, really hard. Not a big section, but kind of a tough one. They always fall down on the blade, and then it's high risk it could go into the rocks. That's why it's very tricky here. It's just should be just a little bit along the road. Of course, there we need to go in there. There's a bit of a somehow from here probably. Got the birches down from the middle there. Trying to push you away. Push back. There can be two here. Two spruces pretty close to each other there, but it's kind of empty here on the low side. This one can be, these are starting to be kind of close to the road, but I guess this one is kind of fine, but no closer than this. This is even like kind of borderline. Yeah, now there's only there a little bit, here a little bit. So we need to climber in. Please no big hole, please no big football. Yeah, when it looks like this, all these rocks are from when they made the road here, I think. That's why it's extra rocky here. Extra rocky. These spruces, they kind of want to go in there. They should do then tractors there, they should be very little here. Climb inside here. It's easier here than from down there. That must be there. Maybe when they eat it there. There is like a birch one. We will see. Probably will not be getting from here. Kinda wanna get down there, but how do we even enter that spot? How do we even enter that spot? And we cannot go from here, I think. Here. This is really long. Really long. This somewhat tricky here. I can't stand it. I guess there's a screw there. The 180 here. How do we get through there? Challenge you to find trickier conditions. Mountain goat between rocks. Of course I pressed something on the phone again, even though it's locked, but we'll just finish this a little bit here, then we go to the tractor and see. Be just on the right of the very edge here. thinking at least. Nothing else there for that bush to be there. It's good. Here we might want to clean this 100 blocks. We want to figure out this somehow. This is walk. Now this is at least we can take a break and refuel and get my phone sorted here. So even with the screen lock on, probably pressed some buttons here or something. But we are back now. We got 13% battery, so probably want to charge, probably want to drink, probably want to think about some things here. See if we can get this to charge. With this battery it usually, unless the battery is of course in the sun now, so it's hot, but that usually charges. all this is done. All the way to that big pine there, and then from there up to those 3. And there we did the whole edge, so there should be less than half of this bit left. And it is like half 3. We could do one more tank of gas there, but yeah, I don't know. Or should we just chill here now and maybe try to fly the drone a bit again? See how much we have done, and from the drone we can maybe see how much we got done. It's of course it's sunny, so I can't really see anything from the drone footage, but at least those are empty. We don't have much juice, yeah, so we kind of have to end, I think, because juice is running out. And I believe battery on the camera might also be getting low. But yeah, at least this is now part done. Pretty much out of juice, so you can chill a bit and then we'll head out, because yeah, we started 9. Yeah, there's probably not much on the camera on the head mount either. Need to back away the drone unless we want to fly, and I don't think I'm gonna fly because this battery on one of the phones is also very low. So I guess we could unlock this, because if we're not gonna cut more, no, we're probably not gonna cut more now. That pine up to that pine, and then a little bit there. Yep. See how much we got here. Well, this one probably has got decent amount. Yeah, this one has 40, but the one on the head, usually doesn't have that much. See how much camera on the head has. Well, this has 41. It's weird, this camera on the head. It sometimes keeps its charge better and sometimes worse. It's kind of random. Kind of randomizer. Okay, now I guess we can put everything here, since we're pretty close to the tractor. How much battery? 50 should be enough to get us out of here. How much did we have here? Oh, this one is dead. I need to charge that one.
The other batteries not here. Is it somewhere charging, or did I put it? Where did we put it? Did we drop it? The other battery. I believe I had the other battery. Oh yeah, here it is. Didn't fall down. This one still has 62%. And the drone, we need to put the shield on the drone. This camera thing, where did we put that one? We did fly a little bit in the morning, but I need to, maybe I'll take this tomorrow also if I need to test it at home, update all the softwares, put in all the passwords and things, because I don't have everything here with me in the forest. And of course something has changed, and when it updates it removes all the like RTMP streaming info, which is very inconvenient. But I recorded some footage just with the drone, and that works. But yeah, for streaming purposes, need to do something a little bit in preparation. Also, we did hit some branches when we came down with the drone, but I think it's fine. And I think it has taken too much damage. I'm gonna have to try that too. Put that in the box so it doesn't bump around. It wasn't we didn't run a completely empty tank there, but how much, I'll check how much fuel we got left. Now we have this much, 2 liters, that's 3 tanks for, yeah, there should be enough fuel. 3.5, 4 tanks of gas, that should be enough for the last bit we got there, that we're gonna do next time. Because I'm completely out of liquids now, so I think it makes sense. Oh yeah, we got pressure again. Crazy how fast it creates pressure in this here. Just close it like this and then start bubbling up. Again, how can it create pressure like that? That's actually crazy. I feel it pretty full, it wasn't even super full. Then it's like creates pressure. Put the drone there, then put this one as kind of something for it to bump against. Then we got this stuff. Then we got chat phone. Then we should have most of our things again. Try not to forget too many things in the forest. Locking thing we can also remove from use right now. But yeah, then we'll start heading out. This should stay here now, we got all the stuff. Just gotta remember this one sticks out to the right a little bit so we don't go super close to any trees here. Otherwise it could hit that. Yeah, brush cutter, fuel, got the harness, we got all the stuff. All the batteries, drone, controller, yeah, should be all.
bump any things or drop any things. Don't drive very fast because we have some rather fragile things here. Don't want to bump those around too much. Okay, now all this is done here. All the way from down there up to here, then there's a little bit here left. Should be able to finish that tomorrow. Yeah, then we did a little sliver here all the way to up here. It's basically this point down to that point, that point. Yeah, there's not too much left. It's not that wide either. Here it ends somewhere, probably somewhere here. yeah, then just cold shower, eat, and start getting ready for today's football, whatever matches there's gonna be today. This Finland. Yeah, this is Finland. Away here for now, and tomorrow it should be really the last day when we go out brush cutting with this tractor. One more day of this job, then can move on to other things. But yeah, what do we need from here? Brush cutter, I can leave there for tomorrow. Fuel, we got enough. I'll just take the backpack and the drone stuff. But yeah, that's probably gonna be it for today because, yeah, I need a cold shower. I was brush cutting in the forest, it was very hot. Like it's over 20 degrees, so it's pretty hot to do that stuff now. But yeah, one more day of this stuff. Then we should have all the 3 hectares done. But yeah, thanks for watching today. Thank you for the follows. I will be back tomorrow. And yeah, we'll finish that one job. Thanks for watching. See you guys.
Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Mass at 35. starts on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Jack keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I talk. screen, now I'm talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky.